hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I fall, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine, yeah. Everything I do, I'm just being genuine, yeah. I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline, yeah. I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are exploring the secret corners of Vampire the Masquerade, Bloodhunt. But first, let me greet my wonderful viewers in the chat. Oh, Nekio, congratulations on being the first for the 13th time. Oh my goodness, lucky number. How are you, Nekio? I hope you are having a wonderful day. And to ensure that this will be a wonderful stream, let's start it with a nice cup of tea. Delightful. I'd prefer 69. Well, you have a long ways to go to reach 69, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm good. I'm not sure about that. Are you really? You strike me as someone who can be quite bad at times, but I take your word for it. I'm rather alright. Looking forward to today's game, because as you might know, this poor game will have its servers shut down next month, if I'm not mistaken, the 28th of April. So we entered the last month and we have so much to do. I set out to show as much of this game to my viewers as possible and archive as much as possible of it, and if I can, earn its platinum trophy, but for that we have to reach level 50 and we are still a few levels away. I'm just tired today, like always. Is that something that keeps you up at night, perhaps? Or is just all your workouts having such an effect on your body? Maybe you overwork yourself. But then again, those muscles will not build themselves or maintain themselves. I'm not sure if anyone around here saw Nekio's new model, but yeah, there are plenty of muscles there. Now, neither. I just wake up early every day. I see. But that's a problem I never really struggled with, interestingly. Maybe I'm just lucky, but most of the time I can sleep much more than I want to. But with that said, let's get into the night of Prague. But first, let's get the controller. Here it is. And let's see if I can do this. Now, you might have seen the scene flicker a bit there, because my recorder and this game are not exactly friendly towards each other. Luckily, everything is recorded correctly as far as I can see, but when I start up this game or I close this game, there is a second when everything just goes black, and I think that is because of some settings. Maybe the PlayStation 5 kind of changes into a different mode when I start up this game. I'm not sure, but it's working, and that's what matters to me. So here it is. Bloodhunt servers. It's not that bad. I understand. Even for a second, these kind of technical difficulties are never nice, but I mean, let's not over exaggerate things. Even though you are quite right about the news of the server shutting down on April 28, that's perhaps worthy of a scream. It's always sad to see an online game being shut down, because it's not only that you won't be able to play with your friends or with others around the world, but it's just sad that the game will cease to exist and everything in it will be lost. And I really do hope so, that these assets that were created for this game will be used somewhere. But let's see what we are doing today. First of all, please step out of me. That's kinda rude. Okay, then I step. Now. Ayo. It's not my fault that players in this game can appear in the same position in the lobby. Now it makes sense, because this way people can't block each other when you have to reach an NPC or want to interact with something, but still have some common decency and leave me be in my little private bubble. So last time, or more specifically the previous two streams, we looked at a few parts of the game already. We looked at the pass, the store, also a a bit of the customization of the characters, even though we will take a deeper dive into that later on. And we also looked at some of the challenges and how they work. Now obviously the daily challenges reload and change every day, so today we have new ones. We have to survive 15 minutes, reach a top 10 placement, eliminate 3 players, score 10 headshots, down enemy players with any ranged weapon, and deal 200 damage to enemy players with any melee weapon. We have a nice variety of challenges today. But before we actually get into the game, it's time to choose our archetype. Now, during the previous 2 streams, we looked at and played as the clan Toreador. Firstly, we played as the archetype Muse and then as the Siren. And today we are looking at another clan, which is the Nosferatu. Now, much like the other 3 clans that were part of the game at its launch, the Nosferatu is represented by 2 archetypes. One is the Saboteur and one is the Prowler. But today we are playing as the Saboteur. Now, the Nosferatu are rather interesting vampires, and it's a pretty unique clan within Vampire the Masquerade. One of the most striking difference is obviously their appearance, because their transformation into a kindred is the most apparent in some ways. And when it comes to their appearance, their looks change considerably. It's quite dramatic. Now, what I mean by that is, let's take a look at their face. As you can see, they are not exactly human-like in some ways, and so they often wear outfits with hoods and scarves and sunglasses, hats, whatever, to cover up their appearance. And even though vampires rarely walk the streets at broad daylight, the Nosferatu, even at night, tends to stay in the shadows. They can't blend into the human crowds as easily as you might understand. However, they have some rather unique abilities, or maybe a better way to put it is they learn to live with their limitations and made the most of it, because most Nosferatu are really knowledgeable and skillful when it comes to technology, especially computers. Now, as I mentioned before, people who are turned into kindred already possess these interests. It's not like when someone gets bitten by a vampire, they will turn into a beautiful kindred like the Toreador, or they will be exceptional with computers like the Nosferatu. These are already traits of the person. But I do believe with the Nosferatu they adapted to their lifestyle rather well, because they can't openly roam the streets as easily, so they try to keep hidden. Many of them found their home to be the sewers underneath the cities, but they turned their computer savviness into an expertise and something that makes them rather important to the Camarilla, and that is they use their knowledge of computers to build a network of surveillance in the sewers underneath the city, and using the cameras, microphones, and any kind of computer within the city to survey everything that happens within it. And when every camera is an eye and every microphone is an ear, you know everything. And that information is power. That knowledge is an asset, one that the Camarilla wants. And thus, even though the Nosferatu are rarely seen, and even their appearance might make them look like they are inferior, they are really important to the structure and the power of the Camarilla, because they can inform the prince about everything that happens within the princedom. And so the Nosferatu, as much as they are somewhat outcasts even within the kindred, they have their specialties and they are important. Now, within this game, we have two archetypes, and the one we are playing today is the Saboteur, but much like all of the other clans, the abilities are somewhat shared. That is, there is a clan power and there is an archetype power. So the clan power is shared between the two archetypes within the Nosferatu clan, and that is the Vanish, which makes the kindred, or the player in this case, invisible for a brief time. Now, this is a rather interesting ability because it can be used both in a defensive and an offensive way. You can use those few seconds to make a quick escape, or to close the distance between you and your enemy, like you can see here in this little demonstrational video. Now, the archetype power of the Saboteur is the Sewer Bomb, which sounds rather disgusting, but it does fit the Nosferatu in the fact that many of them indeed live in the sewers. Now, the sewer bomb is a bomb that you can throw, and it sticks to pretty much every surface, and it triggers and explodes when it is hit or when an enemy approaches it. And it releases a toxic green gas. Now, interestingly, as much as this is more of a trap, it can be used once again in two ways. If you have a larger area, so you are in the first half of the game, let's say, you can set one of these bombs in a location where you think an enemy might go through, or a point of interest. Let's say you put it near an ambulance or an entrance of a shop. Then you go hide somewhere and wait for the trap to trigger. Now, it actually deals a considerable amount of damage, and in that moment of confusion, when the enemy is distracted by what is happening, and also they don't exactly know where they are, surrounded by this green gas, you can run in and finish the job. On the other hand, if you have a quite small area left, let's say near the end of the match, and you can't necessarily hide far away from the bomb, you don't really have a vantage point to wait from, and or wait at and wait for the right moment to attack, you can actually just throw the bomb at the enemy. It will probably explode because of the enemy movement, and once again, it deals a lot of damage and confuses your enemy to a certain degree. So it's really interesting how, even though the Saboteur on paper looks like a more strategic archetype, one that, much like the Nosferatu, doesn't appear as often, but rather sticks to hidden alleyways and the rooftops, you can play in a much more direct manner. Now, we also have a passive power, which is the Unseen Passage. Now, this changes things quite a lot, because it turns the Saboteur semi-invisible when crouching. So, as long as you can crouch and have the luxury of moving slower and afford the limitations of this, since you can't be jumping around, you can stay pretty well hidden. And especially in a moment of chaos with maybe multiple people shooting at each other, you would be surprised how well you might be able to hide from all those eyes, just because you are slowly sneaking your way from one position to another. So all of these make the Saboteur a really interesting archetype to play. And as I said, as much as even the description says that they are a stealthy trapper, and in the beginning I definitely thought that this archetype requires a really specific kind of playstyle that I might not be too good at. I was rather surprised how easy it was in some ways to play as the Saboteur, and I think I actually won most of my matches as this archetype. Not that I think it would be happening today, because I don't think I even won one game on stream, but that's fine. So this is the character we are going to be playing as today. As you can see, I already reached the maximum level of this archetype, 25, and so I unlocked all of the perks. We will be looking at them a bit later, but for now, with this introduction out of the way, and now that you have a brief understanding of what the Nosferatu clan represents within the Vampire Society and what this archetype's role is in the game, let's go and actually start a match. And let's try to see if we can use our Vanish ability and sneak up on someone, just like in this little video. Maybe I will need another kind of outfit. Here you can actually see another Nosferatu, but without the hood and the cloak. And I think this character is also a Nosferatu. So you can plainly see that their appearance is rather drastically altered by the transformation, which is quite unique to their clan as far as I know. Most of the other clans don't really have any specific change in their appearance. Good now let's see. Oh, actually we got a journal entry about the Nosferatu. I guess that is because I am playing as one. As I mentioned before, NPCs have many lines when you interact with them, ranging from simple greetings to talking about past events and the lore of the game, as well as weapons and items you can find during matches, and sometimes they even make remarks about the clan or archetype you are playing. Oh, welcome in, Schmoozer. Thank you. Welcome in. Take care of yourself, please. Thank you so much for your thoughtfulness. A bit of a stretch. And we are ready for the fight. Or not. We'll see. We'll see what we can do here. There's so much that I want to still achieve in this game, and we are running out of time. Now, what would be a good starting point? I think the abandoned mall. Actually, this eastern part of the map is the least occupied most of the time. We don't talk about these 4 vampires who just decided to deny me my peace. But I'm assuming because those buildings are further away, there are not as much loot as you might need. People tend to go and start closer to the center of the city. But hey, we already have a firefight here somewhere. So let's go and see what we can do. Ow! That was rather strange, I have to say. They hit me somehow. No, I tried to throw the sewer bomb at them, but I guess they shot it out of the air because they were shooting at me already. You can see there's a little circle around it that shows the area in which it can trigger or be triggered. But it seems I will not get this character back, or maybe I will. Oh, there it is. There you are. I lost them for a moment. Oh. Oh, the double barrel shotgun. Works like a charm every time. So you can see that it's quite a versatile set of skills that we have. Be that the passive skill of disappearing, or the active ones with which we can position ourselves much better and set traps for our unexpected enemies. Now let's see if we can find some better weapons. Seems like the answer is no. But I heard some skirmish here. Let's see if I can get them to run right into my trap. Don't worry about them. Sometimes it happens, it's a rather strange bug, that the entity soldiers die, but they just kind of got frozen in place. Ouch. Now, as much as it is annoying, they are harmless, and you can figure out whether or not they are actually dangerous. Oh! That was really clever from them. By seeing, ow, whether or not they are holding a weapon. That was rather clever from them, because they circled around me without activating the bomb. But that happens. Let's see if we can... Uh-oh. Sorry, but I don't have my extra life just yet. I have to be careful. Ow! Wow! I got right in the middle of that. But I think even this match kind of showed that this archetype is rather versatile and strong in many cases, because I got 3 eliminations even though I didn't even make it into the top 20. And with that, we got 2 challenges done. But I don't think we quite
Salutations.
Quite demonstrated what this clan is capable of. So let's play another game. That's an actually pretty nice outfit there. Well, I guess let's sit down while we wait for our match to begin. And you can see how the players use the emoticons to interact with each other, which is quite fun. I always find it interesting how people find ways to communicate in games without a shared chat. Because emoticons are rather limiting, but in every game it seems to be a community way of communicating, and every emoticon has its kind of own meaning, which is rather fascinating. I remember playing a game that featured an emoticon to take a bow, and that kind of became the way to show gratitude, to say thanks, because it was just an easy way to communicate. It was set to a shortcut, and so you didn't need to type anything or look for the actual thank you command. And I always find it rather interesting how people find the way to communicate even within games where it might not be possible when it comes to the features. Now let's try this again. don't like all of this noise. Especially because I don't have my... equipment ready. Now, as you can see, the swear gas actually doesn't hurt us, which is a huge advantage. So, if we get someone trapped within the gas, or more specifically, I guess lost would be the correct word, then we can charge in and deliver the final blow. Now, let's see, do we have any decent weapons here? Not really looking for a shotgun. Thank you. More armor is always good to have. Oh, ho, ho, more armor. Lovely. I think that makes it 3? No, only 2. Right, that police car only had 1 armor. Give me a moment, I'll be there in a blink. Hello there. Why were you trying to kill that poor entity soldier, That's not nice. What? Who said that I am nice? I'm a monster. Oh, an automatic shotgun? Not sure about it. I tend to keep at least one automatic ranged weapon and something that is more specialized, so either a sniper rifle like this one, or the crossbows, or a shotgun. But I try not to pick up 2 weapons in a combination that would limit my capabilities at certain distances. So let's say I have 2 shotguns, I can't really fight from a longer distance, or if I have a sniper rifle, that's not the best choice for a close quarter skirmish. Ooh, purple. Pretty. I think that's the disco. Oh, a pumpkin patch on top of a building. Intriguing idea. Now let's look for someone. That's not an enemy. That's a mortal with potent blood. I want to play a bit more sneakily this time around, rather than just running into the battles. Try to highlight how much this archetype can benefit from keeping its distance and sticking to the shadows. I slipped. Now let's see. What is the highest point that I could reach? Well, there is that crane, but that would be on the edge of the map. That's not good for us. Uh-oh. Haha. You can see again, you can set a simple trap like this because I saw that they are approaching from me, from this side, and if they want to come around, then I can set my bomb and wait for them, and while they are thinking that they are hunting me, it's quite the opposite. Is that the same person? I think yes. Or a similar outfit. Thank you. Actually, let's take this crossbow now that I got to show you the sniper rifle. The crossbows are rather interesting in this game as well. We have the smaller double crossbows and this larger version. Ooh. Someone was having a little barbecue, perhaps? Look at those lovely cobwebs. Oh ho 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 ho. We found an octahedron, and there is something I've been meaning to try out with them. But first let's make sure that we are safe. Missed me. I think you'll be just fine in there. Oh, you. Oh, there was another one there. I did not anticipate that. I didn't quite understand why I was getting hurt. But what I found more odd was the fact that I didn't see the notification about the other player dying. Well, hello there. Wow, and they made it out. I can't believe it. Okay. Playtime's over. And there's our revenge. Now then. Let's see if I can pick up that octahedron. Now, I said that I can't go too close to them because I picked them up right away. But you can go closer if you are interacting with something, such as putting on your armor, so you could see the little pop-up window appearing for a moment with the description of the item. Oh no, no, I'm not fighting with two of you. This is not good, by the way, if anyone is curious. Urban kitchen. Wow. Someone is really after me. I doubt I would survive this. How are you two not shooting at each other? Because this is solo, by the way. So yeah, that's slightly cheating. Interestingly, I haven't seen that much teaming in this game, but apparently it is a thing. Also, thank you for the follow. Oh yes, they are. They are absolutely playing together. I mean, level 33, perhaps they are going for the trophies, because I mean 33, that takes a bit of time. So it's a good question if they are new to the game or not. That was nice. But hey, we still got a pretty decent position. 5 eliminations and some nice fights. No, I did spend a bit of time grinding in the game off stream, so I got to 45.5 levels, and I think 2 or 3 more matches and we'll be reaching the next level as well. But now that we saw what the Nosferatu is capable of, let's
a good evening to you.
Let's accept our 100 tokens. Apparently we leveled up in the season pass. And let's take a look at another character in this game. Now, as I explained in my previous streams, there are NPC characters, such as Custis here, who is the keeper of Elysium.
Nice to see you.
Elysium being this safe haven of the kindred. And he's the one who welcomes us and the other vampires to this place. And what a coincidence, he's actually talking about Omnis, the character we are going to meet. Omnis insists on being referred to as they. Strange, isn't it? It is quite inconsiderate to inconvenience others with outlandish demands. But why is that? Well, you see, Omnis is the Nosferatu primogen here, and they live down in the sewers. You can see all the cables lining this tunnel leading down, and among the wires and servers we can find Omnis themselves, the Nosferatu primogen. And in this case, I think why Omnis asks others to refer to them as they is perhaps to add to the mystery, because they are entirely covered in fabric, and as much as we know they are a Nosferatu, so there's a good chance that their appearance is a bit like the characters we've seen before from the clan, but with Omnis specifically, they are kind of a mystery. And they have an interesting way of talking, such as saying things like processing, and that obviously plays into the technological style of their part within Elysium.
Over here.
Now, what a primogen is, I think I mentioned it before, but a primogen in Vampire the Masquerade is an official within the Camarilla who represents a certain clan to the prince. So they hold power within the Camarilla, they are important, and they talk on behalf of their clan. Within this game, they overall represent their clan, and many times if you are the same clan, they will have a few lines about that when you talk to them. Now, we already talked to Maya, who is the Toreador primogen, and now we got to meet Omnis, the Nosferatu primogen. No, interestingly, in the story of the game, in a few missions, we actually have to interact with each character, and they not only represent their clans, but a certain aspect of the Camarilla and vampire society overall. So when we had to find, let's say, a kindred, or we had to learn about some arguments maybe between vampires, we were sent to Maya, because she is the one who oversees more of the social aspects of the kindred, and obviously you can see that her area within Elysium is more of a nightclub. No, with Omnis, they are much more mysterious, and we were sent to them most of the time to either ask for their help to recover information from a damaged hard drive, or maybe some old obsolete data format, or to ask for information using their network. So perhaps locate someone with security cameras in Prague, or I think there was one quest where we had to figure out if someone, a certain kindred, was murdered or not, and once again the cameras proved to be rather useful because we could see how that certain individual moved through Prague. So Omnis is much more important within the game as a sort of infinite source of information, which is rather interesting, but I don't really think that we have many, if any, kind of personal conversations with them. I think the only mission when we are not doing something for someone else and go to Omnis for help or are sent to them is one particular quest when Omnis asks us to go out to Prague and defend someone in a way, or some individuals in a way. And even that is framed in a rather mysterious style. We don't really know who these individuals are. We are only told that they are for some reason important to Omnis, and so we have to kill, I do believe, a certain group of anarchs, which was rather tricky because I think it asked the player to kill an entire group in a trios match, I think. And we have to kill them to send a message so these anarchs leave Omnis's friends alone. So it's really interesting how the different clans not only appear but behave in rather different styles. Now, another thing to remark about here is actually Custis's line about inconveniencing others with the pronouns, and I do want to mention that because I think from a writing standpoint it's interesting, since Custis is rather old and he's been around and worked under, I do believe, multiple princes. And so he has this old school mentality, but as much as with Omnis, I think it's more about the mystery. The Nosferatu, in some ways, are obviously more modern with all the technology, and even in Vampire Society, you have the younger vampires who will start using pronouns much as people do, and there is this disconnect between the generations, whereas someone might think that it's an inconvenience, someone else will just think that it's a normal thing. But for me, if you use any kind of pronouns, please let me know. I always try to respect such things whenever I can find what pronouns a person actually uses. Sometimes I try to check someone's page and I can't really find it right away, so what I tend to do is just use they them as a default. But if you have your specific pronouns, please let me know. And with that said, let's go to another game. I understand you are having a good time, but there's a nightclub just a few meters away. You can just, you know, go there. It's rather difficult to find a quiet spot in Elysium. Sometimes it feels like. And it's also interesting that all of the characters, or more specifically the primogens, there is a song playing near them within Elysium, and that's rather interesting. You will see later on as we get to meet the Bruja primogen as well, the sheriff of the princedom, and hear his music. But I feel like the music also kind of represents their style, which is an interesting idea. How Omnis is maybe a bit more electronic, and Maya's is more like a disco, a dance track, and the sheriff's is mostly about screaming. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Ooh, the armory. We'll get there. That's another part we have to look at later on. It's also such a nice little detail that Custis has a line when we leave Elysium, when our match is ready. Now, let's see what we can do. Well fed. Oh, we have a variation. Start out with 3 random resonances. So in the game there are variations to matches. These are completely random as far as I know. Sometimes you get 1, sometimes 2, sometimes 0. I can remember at least 3. One is this one, where you start with 3 random essences. Well, actually everyone in the match starts with 3 random essences. One is one is about the entity, and there are actually no entity soldiers on the map in that match. And there's another one where the fog moves, or well, the red gas moves quicker. They all have their own names, and I will call them out whenever we get them in a match. Hopefully we will. Now, this is what I talked about before, I don't necessarily like having two shotguns at the same time, but it's better than nothing. What are you doing here, hiding between the toilets? Nah. Let's try to... Oh, is that armor? Yes, that's armor. Give me the armor. I need that. And look at that happy pig. That's one happy pig. I'm not sure why it only has one eye. But you can be happy even if you only have one eye. Or a pig can be. I'm not sure. Oh, and the Lonely Fish. Fresh seafood restaurant and bar. There are so many little details, shops, names, movie posters all over the map. I wonder how long it took the developers to really create this map. Ooh. Another bite for me. That is good. And some shotgun shells, even though there was no weapon there, and this van is open, meaning someone was here. But who? And more importantly, where are they now? Oh, look at that! An entity checkpoint. Enjoy! And indeed now you could see that the car alarm activates even if the entity soldier, the NPC, hits it. Uh-oh. Sorry, but I need a quick drink, if you don't mind. And that's another random blood resonance. Alright. Oh, what's that there? Gimme! Oh ho ho! It's an epic... Yes, it is an epic AR assault rifle. Or if you look at it, you right away know it's an AK. Now let's see, anyone else here? Oh, those sounds. That echoing as the bullets hit the skull. So juicy. Uh-oh. The smoke is rolling in. Oh, and another chest. Two chests in one entity outpost? Wow. I'm being spoiled. Nah, let's see. Sanguine, thank you. That helps us regenerate a bit, which is always useful. And right here we have another entity outpost. Even though I'm not really seeing any soldiers. Oh, there's one. There is usually one up here. I guess that was already killed. Nah. I'm not sure what that sound was, but I did not like it. I think someone is nearby, indeed. There you are. And you walked right into my trap. Oh, how adorable. Nah, come here. Let me break your neck. Thank you for your cooperation. And on we go. Nah. What's next? Oh, there's a bit of a fight here. And if I see correctly, there is someone here with the right blood essence. Oh. I killed a civilian by accident. My bad. I didn't mean to. But that means we are blood hunted. Because we broke the Masquerade. So we are revealed not only on the map, but our outlines are also shown to others in the game. Now let's see this fight. They are in a rather bad spot with the red smoke rolling in. I'm not sure if they will get out of there. Definitely not the one who is downed, but even the other player is in a really bad spot. So let's see if we can see anyone trying to escape and maybe catch ourselves someone. I don't think so. It seems the gas swallowed 2 other players. On we go. Actually, let me patch up my armor. Well, that sounded like a sniper rifle. Ooh, more armor. I don't need it. It does feel like a waste to not pick them up. I played way too many games when I had no armor left at the end, so I try to pick up as much as I can, but I feel like that's another dead player added to the count. Yes. Now let's see, I think we are in a safe spot, and what a spot it is, right in a little corner of the gas. Stop it. Now interestingly, sometimes the gas spreads beyond the line you can see on the map, and that is because it changes somewhat naturally. So to avoid really hard edges, the outline of the gas cloud is kind of curved. So even if it will reach the shape that is shown on the map, at first it might actually cut down some corners. Maybe I will be able to show you that during one of the games. It certainly caught me off guard once or twice when I was hiding right at the edge of the safe zone, and I didn't understand why I was in the the gas when according to the map I was safe. So don't just blindly believe the map. Okay, this seems like a good spot. We have 6 players left. Even though we have to travel quite a lot to reach the next area. But from my experience when it comes to battle royales, it's really important how you position yourself on the map, and maybe even more importantly, your timing. Because as much as I know that I have to move into that area, if I do it right away, then I will be open to enemies from every side. So I try to stay closer to the gas, because most of the time, at least, people are not hiding in the gas, since it actually hurts them. Even that is not 100% sure sometimes, because because of the little item they can use to gain resistance to it for a short duration. And actually players use that item to quickly traverse areas already covered with the gas, to maybe create a shortcut or go around an enemy. But for us now, what we have to figure out is where the 2 players are. Now we had one somewhere there. I should reload. But there is another player somewhere nearby. Now, as you can see, if we fall, our invisibility ends. And that's what I meant when I said that this kind of movement comes with limitations. If you are crouching, you can't climb or jump. You have to use routes that are as flat as possible. You can climb stairs, but you cannot go up or actually down on anything too steep. Now we are still at 3 players. I don't know what that was. Oh, don't fall down, you. I don't see them, and that's no good. Oh, I think they are here somewhere. Oh, I see. This area was still open. Oh, and they saw that. Clever. So indeed you can shoot the sewer bombs and make them explode. And now it's 1-on-1. Let's see what we can do with it. Oh, I saw you. Oh, I saw you. Oh, I messed that up. I messed up something fierce. So we have a Toreador as the enemy here. And we have to figure out where they are. We have the rooftop here, and we have, I think, actually 2 little areas down there. Oh my goodness! Oh, I messed it up a lot. I slid even though I didn't want to. Oh, I was so close. I was so close, but no cigar. I wanted to just fall down, but I guess the game automatically takes a crouching fall as a slide, which makes sense because if you are running and you crash down, you start sliding. However, I wasn't running, and that kind of got me off guard, but that's fine. That was a rather good match. And I think I was pretty much one shot away from winning there, but that one shot is the difference between winning and second place. But as I said, I'm content with that.
Welcome back.
And with that said, let's look at something else in the game, since we have so much to explore. And I guess next up are the quests. Now, I already talked about how the quests work in the game. Now, as I mentioned, since the game's development was ended back in 2023, no new quests were added since that. And I tried to complete as many main and side quests as I could, but while I was doing that, I actually realized, looking at videos and guides on the internet, that there were some time limited quests, so unfortunately I couldn't play those, which I do feel like it's a shame, but I can't really do anything about that. So as you can see, we have the completed quests on the left. I do believe I finished and completed every quest that was available to me, at least. So I can't show you what an unfinished or currently accepted quest looks like, but I can show and explain how they were structured. So for example, here we have this side quest called In Vino Veritas, and it actually has 3 parts shown by these 3 check marks here. And we have a short description here. Maya has asked you to pick up a bottle of wine for her. She seems coy about why. Now that is a bit of a flavor text, and how these quests worked or work even now, is you go up to one of the characters, in this case Maya, and she will start talking about the quest. There are a few lines explaining what it is about and what is asked of you, and then it appears here under the quests tab with a short summary, which is this, and the actual objectives: pick up a bottle of wine by the rooftop restaurant. And then on the map, in some cases, you would get a marker where you have to go, or you look at the description and search around in that area. And then when you are done, you get a little check mark here saying that alright, you picked up the item. You go back to the character and get the second part. Here it says, after getting a standard bottle of wine for Maya, she has now asked you to pick up a strange concoction made from wine and blood. Wine and blood? Where would you find something like this if not by the slaughterhouse? And so our objective is the bottle Maya wants should be somewhere in the slaughterhouse. So here you don't have the exact location. You know roughly where to look, and you have to look around, in this case within the walls of the slaughterhouse. You pick up the item, or as it really nicely says here, retrieve the bottle with the strange concoction, and then you go back to Maya, talk to her, and get the third and final part. Maya really seems to have drinking on her mind. After getting her 2 bottles of wine, she has asked you to head out to Prague and drink from a mortal. Hopefully you'll find out what all this is about. And then we have a rather simple objective: find a mortal to feed on, then head back to Maya. And after you talk to her again, you finished the quest line. Now, you might have noticed that to activate the next part of a quest line, you have to return to the character who gave you the objective. And that means you cannot complete multiple parts of a quest in one match. Now, if you have multiple quests available at the same time, you can work on all of them, even though as far as I noticed, because the objectives are often located around far away point of interest on the map, it's a bit difficult to actually complete multiple objectives. It is possible, I've done it a few times, but if you have an item that you have to deliver on one end of the city and you have to find another item on the other end of the city, it takes a lot of running around and luck to actually manage to do it, because if the red gas rolls in, you might not want to run out into your certain doom. So these are all of the missions. As you can see, they gave a number of different rewards. Now, the rewards are earned and awarded after you finish the entire quest. So the specific parts, as far as I know, do not give you anything. They let you unlock the next step in the quest. Now, another thing is that, especially with the main quest lines, some of the different quests, when it comes to the story, take place roughly at the same time. And the developers, to show how they are happening in parallel to each other, they came up with a rather clever idea, and that was to let you start a certain quest line, let's say something like this with many parts. This one actually had 8 parts, and what they would do is let you start one of them, and maybe you complete 1 or 2 parts, and then it would tell you that in order to be able to continue with part 3, even though you already completed part 2, you will have to reach a certain part in another quest. So you have to play them side by side, because in the story they are happening at the same time as well. And that's rather clever. I think the longest parallel quest line was between the sheriff and the prince, because they don't like each other that much, the old sheriff and the new prince in the game. And so what happened, and when we get to meet those characters, I will try to explain it a bit more, but the two tried to undermine each other, and because we are the young blood in a way, we were tasked by both of them to do their dirty work. So one time the sheriff would send us out to kill anarchs in a certain way to send a message, and then the prince would see that and they would send us out to kill anarchs in another way to send a message back, and it just kind of went back and forth. No, unfortunately, again, because the storyline was never really finished, we can only speculate about where the developers actually wanted to take this rivalry, or really any part of the story, because things really only seem to be picking up at the point when the development was ended, and it was implied that really the overall story of the game would be how the anarchs and the Camarilla and really the kindred are in a bad situation fighting against the entity here, and the new prince is brought in after the Prince of Prague is killed, which sets the stage for this entire game. And the new prince tries to bring things under control in a way. Now, obviously this was developed as a battle royale, as a live service game, so the story couldn't necessarily ever end, because that would have meant the game would need to end as well, or they would have to maybe create a new map and introduce new characters, and that could have been a thing, definitely, but we never really got to see that, unfortunately. So these are the little story tidbits that we got, and let me actually count just how many missions there are, or quests. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 27, I do believe, only. Yeah, it seems like 27 missions, plus the ones that are not shown here because they were event exclusive or time limited in some manner. But now with that out of the way, let's go back and play another round of Bloodhunt. It's nice to roam around Elysium and and see the other characters. For example, this Nosferatu with this rather stylish mustache. Look at that mustache. Oh, come on. Show me your mustache. Now, when I created this character, I went rather heavily with the idea of the Nosferatu having malformed features. But as you can see, you can create characters that are more human-like in appearance.
Extraordinary.
Why are you looking up?
Let me tell you something.
Oh, another journal entry. There are so many journal entries. I checked recently, and I will be talking to these characters for quite a while. I have to find out how that's possible, or figure out a way to talk to them again and again without starting new matches, because I don't think I can play as many matches as many journal entries are still missing, and I've been trying to gather them for quite a while. So once again, the developers built quite a rich lore for this game, and I do like the idea how they didn't just throw it all at the players and possibly overwhelm them to the point that they would maybe read a few pages and then stop and forget about them overall, but they gave a bit of each topic, and then as you talk to the characters, you get to explore more and more and learn more of what happened and what is happening. Wow, no one is around me. I wonder why. Maybe it's my smile. Alright, let's go. Even the carvings in the statues are there. The attention to detail here is rather amazing. And I heard that the developers went and took hundreds of photos in Prague to really capture the essence of the city. And I still feel like it's a great idea in many ways, because you get to walk these streets in a game. Whoops. Nah. Don't ask me what this spiral thing is, because I absolutely have no clue. I think it's some kind of an artistic presentation, perhaps, or it's just a set piece of this place. Uh-oh. Someone is already angering the entity. Good thing they distract them while I come in here and take at this. Thank you very much. Perhaps some armor. Thank you, good sir. Oh wait, there's no one here. Oh. Mostly you find items around dead bodies, but that was just a bag. Well, that backfired. Where are you going? Come back. Nah. Let's see, do we have any other entity soldiers left? Some random blood resonance wouldn't be such a bad thing, but apparently everyone is dead around here. Well, let's look for another spot, maybe the sky bar up ahead. Ooh. Now, an interesting tidbit about the items we can find in ambulances and police cars and such. I think during one of my streams, someone in the chat actually mentioned how that is a bit strange, that you are just walking around here and you find all of these items in these cars, but the game actually explains it to a degree. I do believe I was talking to Custis, the keeper of Elysium, and he said that the old prince, I do believe his name was Marcus, he made sure that the kindred would find necessary resources in such vans and cars, which makes sense because, again, the kindred lives kind of hidden in human society, And the prince is an influential person. So he made sure to influence what kind of equipment would be carried in these cars. And in a similar vein, there is, I do believe, a conversation about how he scattered the Camarilla cases around as well. So the Kindred would have access to weapons if need be. But I think it's explained by the new prince that the keys, the golden Camarilla case keys that we need to open the cases themselves, was an idea to make sure that the anarchs couldn't steal and use those weapons to cause trouble. And so each case requires a key, and even though the keys are the same, they can only be used once. I think it was also mentioned that Omnis was the one who provided the technology, so the key, when it is used, is destroyed. And so even if an Anarch finds a key, they can only open one of the cases and get their hands on one weapon, as opposed to maybe stealing all of the ones that are scattered around in the city. So I have to once again give credits to the developers for trying to explain all of these details and not just going with the usual answer of this is a video game and it doesn't have to make sense. They try to explain everything, even if it's not the most realistic answer. But then again, in a world with vampires, realism might not be as present. That's what I wanted to not do. This player was rather clever because they stood right next to the civilian. Uh-oh. Joggy, welcome in. I just realized that I was blood hunted, so it made no sense that I tried to hide. But let's try to not run into another fight here. Ooh, free! Ow! There's always someone watching. Always. Goodness! Leave me alone! Oh, that was my bot. Nope, not going up. Going here. Seriously? Alright. Maybe we are safe. As safe as one can be. Let's have a quick drink. Oh, what happened to you? Oh, poor guy. Now what we really need is some potent blood. Do I have this? Yes, we do. So I am safe from the gas for a really short time. You can see the line underneath its icon in the bottom left corner. It's really just a few seconds that we get, but it's enough to take a quick detour. I am not trying to get myself murdered here because there was a fight. Ow. Yes, this is exactly why I was trying to not perform a diablerie on that person, but even like this, it seems I wasn't careful enough. Well, let's see what we can do here. Do we have potent blood anywhere? I don't think so. This far into the game, rarely. Rarely, if ever, we see civilians remaining with potent blood, but hey, we have some useful blood resonances. Seriously, who is this person? Oh, they are invisible, that's why I couldn't get them ever. That explains it. 96. Yes, it's rather difficult to catch someone who is invisible, and that invisibility is actually not the Nosferatu ability. It's an item you can pick up, one that I think I showed before. It's an extremely strong item. 6 eliminations, wow. And we almost reached the next level. So now, actually let's talk a bit about the different blood resonances. I do call them essences sometimes, my bad. But let's see if we can actually find some description about them. That would be rather useful. Here we have the civilians, everyday citizens who walk the streets of Prague. Now, unfortunately, this does not explain the blood or the different types of blood and its effects. Maybe in the tutorial we will find such. Not the inventory, not the loot. Mortals? Oh, here it is. Blood resonance. So there are 4 types of blood resonance and 1 extra, which is the potent, and then there are civilians with kind of normal blood, so they have no special resonance when it comes to their blood. So as the game explains it, the blood in mortals can sometimes have different properties depending on their mood. So it's not the person who has a special kind of blood, it's their mood that affects it. And a vampire or kindred who drinks their blood will feel certain effects based on the properties of the blood. So there are 4 different resonances as the description here states, and those are phlegmatic, melancholic, sanguine, and choleric. Now the 5th, or the bonus one that I mentioned, is the potent one. And then there are people who are, I'm assuming, in kind of a neutral emotional state, so they have no special blood resonance. If you feed from those people, you will still heal, but you will not gain any special effects. Now here the game says that there are 12 slots available and they get filled with resonance as you drink the blood of these people, or randomly if you perform a diablerie or feed on entity soldiers. So I will try in this game to kind of demonstrate that and show you why these resonances are important. Now, I personally never got to the level in this game where I would pay too much attention to the resonances. They can certainly give a boost to your character in a match, and in a way you can build certain builds in a match, which is interesting because normally in RPG games throughout a long playthrough you are creating your own build, but here you can create really simple builds in one match. And what I mean by that, depending on your playstyle, you might prefer a certain blood resonance because it gives a boost to something that is important to you. Now, the 4 different resonances all give boost to a specific thing, and that is predetermined. So as soon as you learn their names, their effects, their colors, you can really quickly navigate the streets and decide on which blood you might need. But let's actually see that in action. If the game decides to load. But if there's loading, then it's tea time. Now, we do not have any variants active for this game or this match. And I will try to stay fairly far away from the big city here, so I can show you all the different types of blood before I get murdered, because that wouldn't be too good. So in the beginning, normally you start with no blood resonances. You see it in the bottom left corner, the 4 symbols with rings around them, but those rings are empty. So if we use the heightened senses, then even from far away you can tell what a person's blood is like. In this case, we have potent blood. This gives an extra life. The extra life is shown in the top right corner. You start with 1 and the maximum is 1. That's why it says 1 out of 1. If you get killed, you restart or respawn and you lose that extra life. But for now we don't need that. Now this person is phlegmatic, and that is a 10% boost to the sewer bomb. Now the sewer bomb is the archetype power, so the phlegmatic blood gives a boost to the archetype power or skill. That is true for any clan and any archetype within the game. For this archetype specifically, that is the sewer bomb. Let's look for some other. Okay, let's pick it up, why not? We get more damage, we deal more damage. We will die. Okay, let's look for someone else. Now, if you don't use the heightened senses, you can still walk up to someone and see what effect their blood would give you. In this case, it only says hold to feed, so they are neutral, they have no special blood resonance. Now let's see if there's anyone around here. That's another civilian, no effect. Oh, come on. Oh, there's a purple one there. I'm not sure what's happening, but someone is going crazy. So this is melancholic, and this gives a cooldown boost to the vanish powers, so that is the clan power. For the Nosferatu, that is the vanish. Let's see, there's a bit of a fight going on here. Maybe we can get a few kills or get killed ourselves. Both are possible. Well, that person is dead, it seems. No, it seems they got up, actually. Let's have that. Oh, immune, I see. Hello there. Oh goodness. But it seems I cannot eat your blood. It's fine. So this is an entity soldier, and you might remember it said we get a random blood resonance from such a person. In this case, a phlegmatic one. Let's see another example. If I can get there in time. It's a bit tricky to get up here. Don't die. Great. Now what do we get? Sanguine. Now sanguine is a rather useful one. It helps, I do believe, with regeneration. But let's find a civilian with sanguine blood so I can show you better. Here it is. So the first sanguine resonance gives you 1 health per second regeneration, and the second increases that 1 to 2, and the third one increases that to 3. So the maximum regeneration speed you can have is 3 health per second. And now you might start to understand why these blood resonances are so important and so useful. Because this way, if you get hurt but manage to get away or win the fight, then you don't have to drink someone's blood, you don't have to use up any health items, you just wait a bit and your health will go back to the maximum. Now, health and armor are 2 different things, so even with the maximum boost, your armor will not replenish, only your base 200 health. Now we are looking for some more blood. What do we have here? Hand of Glory. This is actually the stealth item that I talked about. This is potent blood again. I need someone who is yellow. Yellow. Oh, there's someone. So that blood will be cleric, I do believe. And that gives us a 10% increase in melee damage. So if you're going with a more hands-on approach and you prefer melee weapons, then one of the first steps in every match is to maximize your damage by gathering these. As you can see, it can be rather devastating, because if someone, and that someone many times was me, if someone is expecting a firefight and you just rush in and start cutting and bashing them with a melee weapon, they will be a bit disoriented for the moment. And if you are quick enough, you can kill them right away. Or even if they manage to fight back, you are obviously at a sizable advantage. Now, it happened to me many times, because I prefer firefights, that someone just rushed me with a melee weapon. And I know for a fact that it's really difficult to aim accurately when someone is close by. Someone is here in this park, but there are so many bushes that I can't really see them. And these two are fighting, which is alright with me, and I don't really want to get caught up in their mess. I'm content with just killing the winner. Okay, that's a good amount of damage there. I wanted to switch to my melee weapon, and that might be the end of me, that mistake. You know what? Let's bring out the big guns. Okay, that's fine with me. Here. Okay, you can have them. But you better finish the job. What did I say about finishing the job? That wasn't finishing the job. That was half-assing it. Oh, come on. Why am I in the middle of this? I knew I shouldn't have gotten involved. I knew it. But what did I do? I went in anyways. Oh, the bloodlust of a vampire. Well, more like a monster, but... Oh! No, 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 that's no good, that's no... well, let's finish it. One annoying trait of the gas is the fact that it destroys the armor first, but luckily I had one of these neutralizers, so I was able to go back for my weapon, because as much as the grenade launcher is an extraordinarily powerful weapon, it cannot be reloaded and it only has 8 grenades. Oh, I remember matches ending here on this very bridge. But I have to be careful here. So here you can see I am regenerating as I put on my shield. And as such, it is extremely useful to have these blood resonances. Oh, they are much quicker than I am. Yeah, I will die here. Well, that was the second place. Unfortunately, when you are defeated as second, you don't get to see the level of the player who defeated you, like when you are defeated as any other position. Like in the beginning of the game, you could have seen how when you lose a match, you get to watch that player continue and you get to see their level. But obviously, if you are the last remaining player
Wish you a good evening.
and they win, you don't get to see how they continue the game, since it ends in that moment, and so you don't get to know what their level is. But again, since this game is ending soon, I feel like most of the players who are still playing are either rather new and they are just trying out the game, or they are seasoned veterans, and there's not much I can do against them.
Exemplary. Oh, there you are.
Oh, Kiss. Wow. Well, that's definitely an outfit. Let's say hello to Omnis and see if they have anything to talk about.
Yes?
Oh, yes.
Omnis has time.
Now let's try to play another game and focus on the blood resonances once more, because I want to show you how the boosts increase with every resonance you gather, because it is, you could have already seen how useful these things are, and what an advantage they can mean. But I want to show you what happens if you really go all out and gather all 12 boosts that you can. And also the potent one, because in the previous game I don't think I died even once, only during the end game. And during the end game you cannot respawn, because respawns are disabled. So even though I had an extra life, I couldn't use it. And because I couldn't lose it, I couldn't show you how the potent blood works exactly. Even though I already did it many times, I want to highlight that part of the game as well. So let's start and let's look around for people. That's the first thing. Oh, nice little weapon and a knife. Oh ho ho ho, I see you. Gimme. Put it on. And let's go. Come on, it's a railway station. Don't tell me that there's no one here. A camera case and a train. Clever. As I said, the vampires have eyes and ears everywhere, and they use those. They have cases and caches of resources all around the city, be that in the ambulances and police cars, the delivery cars, or the pharmacies, the antique stores, and so many more places. It really shows how influential the Camarilla really is. Okay, so we have some sanguine blood here, I do believe. So we go from 0 to 1 health. of regeneration. We have 1 to 2 here. And now we would need another person, and there that other person is. Don't mind me. Oh, there you are. And here we go from 2 to 3. So if you want to have more health, if you are playing in a perhaps slower playstyle where you don't have to heal right away, but you can afford the luxury of waiting for a few seconds to regain most of your health, then looking out for the pinkish red sanguine blood is a good idea. Then we have the phlegmatic, which gives a 10% cooldown to the archetype power. And here is what I mentioned, with resources being hidden everywhere, including the pharmacies, where you can find the blood syringes and bags hidden in little cooled compartments. So the melancholic gives a 10% cooldown boost to the other ability, the clan ability or power. So you can see that they both start with 10%. Now let's try to bring that up a bit more. I don't really want to mess around with the entity now, because they give random resonances, and that's not what I'm after. Oh, there's someone. Hello. So we go from 10 to 25% cooldown on the clan power, which is already a rather sizable increase. And there we will go from 25 to 50. So in a way, the growth is exponential, and it is worth looking for the second and third resonance of the same type, because it goes from 10% boost to then 15, an additional 15, then an additional 25. Now we need the other two types. Now here it will say that the sanguine max capacity is reached. So even if we drink that blood, it will only heal us. Right here. Oh, someone was behind me, of course. Let me be, I'm just hunting for my dinner. These fellow vampires can be rather annoying at times. Oh, there's a yellow one, that's good. Oh, and there's a teal colored one. I will talk about the colors in a moment after this match. So here, much like with the clan power, the archetype power goes from 10 to 25 and then from 25 to 50% lower cooldown. And now the only blood essence or resonance we are missing is the one that gives us the boost of increased melee damage. Ow! Why am I always getting shot at? Come on. So again, I can use my time to put on a new armor. While I'm being regenerated by the blood. But that will not stop me, unfortunately. But that's fine, we can look for more blood, and actually I can maybe look for potent blood, that would be nice. So now you can see I lost my extra life. Oh, come on. You know what? I won't do that because it would mess up my essences, so... You die like this, sorry. It's still a kill. Oh, there's someone with potent blood. You can see the red lines there. Where are they? Of course they are outside there. No, there's one here, so we will regain the extra life we lost. And you could see in the top right corner it went from 0 to 1. I didn't want to hit the civilian, and that caused the death of me. But I'm still alive because of that potent blood, and that's why it's rather important to look for an extra life whenever possible, even if that extra life wants to run away from you. It's worth the chase. And there we are. What the... I was so close with that. Oh, Zev. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, and the other down got me. Wow. That is taking the opportunity right there. Now I am in the midst of a rather bloody fight, but let me welcome all of you wonderful raiders. To those who might not know me, I am the Dreadist, a monster and researcher of horror, right now being murdered because of the one known as Zev. What were you doing? Ostriv? Oh, what's that? Also, thank you for the daily brick. I greatly appreciate it. I'm somehow not dead. And I couldn't find even one of the missing blood resonance. That is rather funny. It's a colony. It's a colony builder. Oh, I never heard about it. I hope that you enjoyed it and your colonists are treated well. I don't doubt that you make their lives just wonderful. You gave them warm clothes. I see. That's a great start. But children under 16 refuse to work. Oh, that's terrible. I love how I am getting completely shredded, and most of the time getting shot from the back. They are unemployed. Oh, ungrateful brats as always. Yes, backshots, many of them. I was trying to show a different part of the game this match, and it did not work out as well. But hey, we leveled up to level 46 recently, so only 4 levels to go. Well, I see that your game went rather well, other than the children refusing to work. But hey, they will grow up one day and start working and be ungrateful still. But that's just how it is. And also, welcome in, Soda Coda. I hope that you are having a wonderful day and were not placed into the freezer. Now let's talk to the NPCs for a moment.
Well, hello. Here, come.
Yes, another journal entry. I had 5 in-game years in 4 hours. It's taking forever for children to grow up. Ooh. Almost 1 hour for the game to advance 1 year. Well, 16 years will take a bit of time. Yeah. Well, it seems you will just have to depend on the adults for the time being. I know it's terrible. Now let's try another game. Luckily didn't get tossed into the cold today. That's wonderful. But I'm at work, so the day is only so okay. I see. But the snake in the freezer? No. Snakes don't like the cold. They get all sleepy. Which is understandable. They are cold-blooded after all. They need a bit of warmth to get active. In a way, snakes and alligators and such, they are the polar opposite of vampires, because they love sunbathing, and well, vampires are not too fond of the idea, let's say just that. Oh, look at you. Interesting characters you see in this game. Sunbathing and running water. What is the water running from? Oh, and we're already in a game. And I've never heard of a reptile disliking garlic. Well, to be perfectly honest, I have never heard of a vampire who likes garlic. Understandably so. But I also never heard of a reptile liking garlic. I don't know. It's true. I never asked a snake whether or not they like garlic. I'm assuming that you do, based on your statement. I actually don't really like garlic, so maybe I'm part vampire. Good to know. Let's go... well, let's go here. Let's get into the middle of things for once and get murdered quickly. Now, in a way, being more aggressive in the beginning of a match is safer, because there are a limited number of civilians around the map with potent blood, which you can use to regain your extra health. And they get, well, used up throughout the game by people, by players. And also the red gas envelops some of them, so in the beginning of the game it's much easier to find a source of an extra life, whereas towards the end, like in my previous game, it's much more difficult. Would you stop that? Where are you shooting from? Stop that. My Italian friends would have my head if I didn't like garlic. That sounds like peer pressure to me. But I did hear that snakes and vampires do share one thing, and that is how cutting off their heads can end them for good. I should have reloaded my gun before this. But let's see if my theory will work out, and if it will be easier for me to find someone with potent blood. Not potent, but not bad. We are looking for a civilian with a red outline. Not these guys are dangerous, they are entity soldiers. There should be logically more people around with potent blood in the beginning, but perhaps not as many as I anticipated, or the problem is that I'm close to the edge of the map and there are fewer civilians here overall. I don't really want to get into the bigger battles if I don't have my extra life. Trying to play it safe, you see. I saw something there, and that is a safe. Let's see what we get. Eye of Thorns again. It's one of the artifacts I don't really use as often. It's kind of a gamble because you deal more damage, but at the same time you receive more damage, and that's not always healthy. But there is our extra life. And now we can move on and return to the fight. Now this strange sound you keep hearing is me trying to use heightened senses before its cooldown ended. You can see a kind of eye symbol in the middle of the screen on the bottom, and that shows how is my health this shit? Just asking. No, you're not going anywhere. I guess they were using a rather strong weapon because I lost 100 health like a nothing. So to the left of the two abilities we can use, you can see the little eye icon, and if I use heightened senses it turns red, and then there is, I do believe, a 5-second cooldown, and if you try to use it in that time frame you will hear this strange noise, which I heard quite a lot because I want to use this power all the time. And unfortunately, as far as I know, there is no way to lower the cooldown of that. Who's shooting? Okay, someone is shooting there. Fine, let's try. There's no one here. Oh, no, don't fall. This is the building, or actually, I do believe one of the buildings of the demolition site, and it's a bit difficult to traverse these buildings. I'm trying to follow the sounds, but I can't quite make out where they are coming from exactly. Oh, so some movement there. Beyond the graveyard, I think. That's a civilian. Oh, come on. There you go. Oh, they are healing up. Let's try to go around. Ow. Yeah, they healed up. I still got an assist because I threw the bomb at the downed enemies and one of them died. But unfortunately, I couldn't get both of them. Let's see. We are being a bit reckless and not going for an extra health. That's fine. I will not pick up that artifact because it makes things a bit more dangerous than I like. I really don't think that I could hit them from here, but why not try? Ooh. They are after me. So let's give them a harder time finding me. Ooh, armor. I do need some armor. Wait. Why didn't I pick it up if I don't have any? Come on. Game, you are trying to get me murdered. But these two are really crazy about their fight. A bit of a surprise gift to the winner. But we need some potent blood. That's what we really need. Oh, was that a person? Uh-oh. Ow! Holy moly! How did you see me? Will you be just a tail then? I mean, if you have a snake and you cut off their head, they are kind of just a tail then, indeed. Oh yeah, absolutely. Jump there, please. Oh, you are not going anywhere. No, no. Nah. Where's that potent blood? That's not potent blood, that's a fellow annoying kindred. Why do you want to get me murdered this badly? I think I got them. I'm not sure. Come here. Haha, I don't have to see it. I can still murder people. That was actually kind of impressive that I pulled that off. Oh yes, there is active shooting in the area, absolutely. Now, where is my potent blood? Oh, I would love to go inside and stay inside. It's not really an option. Now, give me some stuff. Okay. Oh, I only have one. Uh-oh. I only have one syringe. And I'm in a bad spot, but we do what we can. Now, in theory, this corner is safe-ish, but you can actually see on the map that the corner, the safe corner, is cut down by the gas. And that is, as I tried to explain earlier, because as the gas spreads and its shape changes from one to another, it sometimes actually spreads into the new safe area before it takes its shape completely. So we have to wait a bit, and you will be able to see that in theory this line will go a bit back and correctly take the shape of the new safe area, and then we have an even tinier one. 4 people left. We have to wait and see who those are. 3 people left and the respawns are disabled. So it doesn't really matter whether or not I have an extra life from this point on or not, because I couldn't respawn anyway. I hope that they will start fighting each other and not me. but it is definitely true that I'm in not the best spot. Really, I'm in a terrible spot. So let's try to change that just a bit. Again, I'm not really good against these quick enemies. And that shows. But at least I gave them, I think, a decent fight. And we're almost a quarter of the way there to the next level. But now, let's look at a rather interesting part of Elysium that I haven't visited yet.
Look at you.
Not on stream at least. And that is the armory. So here you can see these medieval armor sets holding the weapons in a rather interesting mixture of history, and weapons are displayed all over the place, from these display pieces to just simple shelves, and even on this sofa. Interesting way to keep the weapons. There are also some swords here that I don't think are present in the actual game, and a radio as well, and I think that's a hand, but I'm not really sure, it's rather dark. Now these you can examine and they are added to your journal. You can learn about them a bit. You get a short description. But you can also use this elevator that leads down to the actual armory, which is mostly a shooting range that you can use for practice. So here you can see all of the ammunition stored by the Camarilla. And here you have the shooting range itself. It shows where you need to go to practice with different kinds of weapons. So here we have the melee. It says, let's see if we can find them. It's quite a big place. Oh, go up. Okay, going up. And here it is, the melee actually. So you can see the knife, the crowbar, the fire axe, and the spiked bat. Now these only appear in the game in these rarities, so uncommon and rare. And then we have the epic ones. They have an extra ability, the dual daggers, the katana, and the scourge blades. So let's see how they look. Just a simple slash, and it deals 25 damage. Seemingly no extra for headshots. Then we have the crowbar, 45 damage, so a bit more than the knife. Then we have the fire axe with 70 damage. Now we are talking. then the spiked bat with 60. Now, don't be fooled by the numbers, because another important trait of melee weapons is also how quickly you can hit someone with them, how quick a swing is. And with certain weapons, such as the legendary broadsword, that can deal massive amounts of damage and actually set the enemies on fire, it takes a lot of time to actually swing it because of its size. So it's a balance between speed and damage, which I do believe is a good idea for the game. Now, here we have the epic ones, and they have, all of them have a special ability. With the dual daggers, it is the poisoned knife, which you can use by pressing the L2. And with that, you can throw a knife and give some poison damage to the enemy. Right away it deals 20 damage and then an additional 50 as the poison wears off. And also it works rather nicely in close combat. You can see that it has poison effect on its own even when not thrown. And if you can combo the two, then you have a rather deadly weapon, especially because of its speed. Look at how quickly the character can swing these tiny blades. Then we have the katana with the reflect ability, which I cannot show you. I think I did demonstrate it during one of my previous streams. You can defend yourself from incoming bullets for a short duration. It has a bit of a countdown, or cooldown, my bad. So this is how much you can use it for, and then you have to wait and then use it again. Now you decide how long you want to use it, and if you stop pressing and holding down the button, it ends. And it also deals 70 damage, even though you can see it is a bit slower than the smaller blades, because it takes a bit of time to swing it. Now, one interesting thing is with melee weapons in a game like this, where most of the people are going around and primarily using guns, you have to get close to the enemy somehow, and that's where the reflect ability comes in, because you can close the distance rather effectively like that. Now, interestingly, with the dual daggers, you also have a cooldown, as you can see. So even though I didn't mention it, they all have a cooldown on their ability. And then you have the Scourge Blades, the Scourge Dash being its ability, which is a dash forwards, again helping you close the distance and dealing a bit of damage. And an interesting trait of this weapon is it hits twice because of the dual blades. So if you pay close attention, you can see that first we deal 30 damage and then it goes up to 60 and repeat. So these are the melee weapons, the base ones in the game. Now let's move on to the shooting range part. It said that we should go to the left, so let's go to the left. Indeed, this is a sort of a catacomb, I want to say, even though it was reused as a storage facility and a firing range. So here we have all of the weapons you can find in the game in epic rarity. Now these you can find in lower rarities. Actually, we start with a rare AR if we die once and respawn, but here we get to use the epic version of them with higher damage. Someone is booping my nose. I can just feel it. Mostly on my nose. Yes, Zeph? Are you trying to get my attention? Or just trying to distract me? That wouldn't be too nice. So let's see. We have the burst rifle. This is the one that actually the entity soldiers use. Even though I think that is in a rare variety. It's a burst weapon, as you can see. Not my favorite, I'm not necessarily good with it. Then we have the assault rifle. Oh, come on, stop with the booping it. No! Stop it. So here we have the AK. Now here you can see that there is a difference between a body and a headshot. One dealing 15, the other 21 damage. And this is a rather reliable gun in this game, in my opinion. It has a large magazine and you can get most enemies down with it before running out of bullets. Now this is the toggler. I do believe this is a bit of a slower weapon. 27 and 38, seeing the damage there. It is still automatic, but it has a slower rate of fire. Now with the burst rifle, I didn't look at the damage it deals, except I can pick it up. Excuse me? I picked it up before, like a moment ago. It does not want me to pick it up, but because it is a burst weapon, it's a bit more difficult to figure out just what the exact damage is. And let's not forget, these are the epic, so the strongest of these weapons. Now here we have a shotgun, more specifically the pump shotgun, which is rather strong, but again, shotguns are primarily used in closer combat, which I do not like as much in this game. Then we have the silenced SMG. Now, I'm not sure if the fact that it is silenced changes much other than its sound, but as you can see, it is a rather strong weapon with an extremely high rate of fire. Then we have the Tommy gun, the good old Tommy gun. Now, this is kind of my go-to weapon if I don't have the assault rifle, but I noticed that it has a bigger spray sometimes, especially if you are shooting from further away. And then we have so many weapons here. The dual SMGs, double the fire rate. I do like how we just kind of throw away the weapons and pull out a new pair. Then we have the other silenced SMG, which is the same thing. The Tommy gun, we already looked at that. The assault rifle, the double tap, which is a pistol that shoots twice. It's like a burst pistol of sorts. Then we have the revolver, which is extremely strong but has a rather limited magazine of 6, and it's also a bit slow, not to mention it kicks back something fierce, so you have to wait a bit if you want to line up your shot again, or you have to fight the kickback quite a lot. And then we have the simple pistol, the one we start with, except that is green, so that is an uncommon, while this is obviously the epic variety. The pump shotgun we already looked at. The auto shotgun is extremely strong. It has pretty much no kickback, and even the little kickback it has is compensated for, because if you hold down the trigger, it will kick back and then shoot again when the shot is lined up again, which is really quickly. So you don't really have to move or fight the gun itself. It will pretty much stay on target, but you can see how it's jumping up and down. And then we have the good old double barrel, which is capable of downing someone in 2 shots if you are good. It is a great weapon. I do like using it in this game, as much as something like the auto shotgun is a safer bet, because with the double barrel you only have 2 shots and then you have to reload, even though if you look at it, it's a rather quick reload. And then we have the dual shotguns, which is pretty much 2 sawed off double barrel shotguns. Here you have double the ammunition to shoot, but the damage is a bit less. So here you get 88 damage compared to the 120 of the double barrel. But still, if you land 3 good shots out of the 4, you pretty much downed just about anyone. And then we have the dual crossbows, something I used before. These use explosive tips. They are not as strong as you can see, but they are good for crowd control, or if you just want to kind of scare away your enemy. Then we have the marksman rifle. Now this one is an interesting weapon because as much as you can zoom in, there isn't a scope, and it's rather difficult to actually hit your target if they are far away, but it is surprisingly quick, so you can hit someone twice even if you are further away and they are moving, if you pull the trigger quick enough, that is. And then we have the 9-barrel, which is pretty much the automatic shotgun, but crazy, because it has 9 barrels and they rotate. And it is really interesting because the fire rate actually increases as you hold down the trigger. The one tiny detail worth mentioning is the targets here are actually the entity soldiers, fitting to the kindred in the way that the entity is their main enemy now. The toggler we already looked at. The LMG is also a fun weapon in this game, the light machine gun. It is strong, it is quick, it has a 60 bullet magazine, and if you're dedicated enough, I'm pretty sure you can cut down trees with it. Now the burst rifle we already looked at. Here's the big crossbow, the bigger of the two, which uses the gas, and you can see that it can deal a lot of damage, especially if someone stays within the mist. Then we have the hunting rifle. Now this one is not automatic. I don't know what happened there. Excuse me. So this one is much slower. It's closer to a sniper rifle in a way. It's bolt action. But I just realized why these targets kept getting hit. That is because this weapon actually causes an effect on the hit person, a status effect of bleeding. So they will lose health, and I think you can actually see in a rather funny way how the dummy or the paper cutout is bleeding, even though I think these are cut out of metal. So it's yet another intriguing weapon, and here once again we have the silenced SMG, the marksman rifle, and the burst rifle. I guess all of the weapons are displayed here, and some of the maybe more common or preferred ones are also displayed here in duplicates. So this is the shooting range. We already looked at the melee part, but there's a bit more to this place, because actually you can walk around a bit and explore. This is where we came in, you might remember. And you can see 2 additional shooting ranges. One for the smaller caliber weapons. Even though here it's not necessarily about the caliber, but rather the fact that the enemies are behind cover, and so you have a smaller target to aim for. And in such a place, I think I can show how strong the LMG can be, but also maybe I can show the crossbow's effects on a group. So let's try to hit them. That's quite a lot of damage. And with just a few hits, we can pretty much completely drown this place in the fog. And even if they are not necessarily standing within it and not getting hurt, it's rather difficult to see through it. So even something like this can be a good idea, like shooting in front of the enemy so you can get away. And then we have the sniper rifle. I did not show you this, but for this weapon we need a bit more distance. And it seems we can do that right here, because we have further away enemies. Because this lovely sniper rifle is special in the way that it's the only gun in the game with a scope that you can use. And so you can line up your shots and without exiting from this view, take 5 shots before you need to reload. Now there is quite a lot of kickback, so if I don't compensate for that, you have to wait a bit for the barrel to be lowered again. But from a distance, this weapon is extremely strong, especially with headshots. And I do believe these will be the same weapons again that you can try with further away enemies. Let's try to get 5 headshots. That's pretty good. But that's the distance where things become rather interesting, because the figure in the back I can't even really see it without the scope. But with it, you can get it like that. There was actually a challenge in the game that asked you to deal a certain number of damage, a certain amount of damage to enemy players in a game. And I use this lovely sniper rifle to do that. I was only able to do it once, I think. But it was quite a challenge to pull it off, especially because while these enemies are stationary, the players in the game rarely are. Now, one more interesting part of this place is a little hidden area that I will have to look for, because I don't remember clearly where it is, but I do remember that you can find it somewhere behind a stack of boxes. It seems my internet is struggling a bit, and that again shows one of the downside of online games like this one. Namely, even when you are playing solo, quote unquote solo, like walking around in Elysium and shooting at these targets for practice alone, you're still playing on a server. And actually, there could be other players here. It's not my private game. People can enter the armory just like they get thrown into the same Elysium randomly. But nowadays people don't come here as often, I guess. So here you can see that we can climb through and find this hidden little room with a skeleton stating, "Please help," a computer, and a legendary pistol. No, I'm not sure if this is a reference to something. I don't think I ever found a legendary pistol in a match. So maybe this is just a fun little hidden thing within the armory. But it is rather strong, dealing 20 damage on the body and 60 with headshot. Now I know that I didn't go over all of the weapons and telling you their damage, but that is mostly because, first of all, these weapons exist in different rarities, much like the pistol and the legendary one I'm holding. And I don't want to bore people with all of these statistics, because if you play the game, it's obviously useful information, and I'm sure there were and are players who spent hours on end here just learning how to hit their targets while they are jumping around in slow motion. But as I said, I never really got to that kind of competitive level of this game where such would be necessary, but it is a fun idea from the developers, in my opinion, because first of all, thanks to this armory, you can try out all the weapons. You can try out different moves, like the one I mentioned here, jumping and shooting. When time actually slows down, that is true for every clan. It's just a feature of the game, one that I'm terrible at using, but nonetheless a feature. And also, you can spend your time here while you are waiting on a game, because you can actually look for a game while you are shooting at the targets. And so, instead of just walking around in Elysium, you are actually practicing, which I do believe is a wonderful idea. I like interactive lobbies, and not only lobbies that allow you to maybe walk around with your friends or talk to them, but also practice parts of the game, learn more about the game. So even if you are playing solo, you can spend your time with something. You don't have to be in a group to make a game for yourself, in a way. Now let's see, one more game. Also, I just noticed that I missed a message, my bad, from Zeph. I passed my exam, I think. I have 16 out of the 30 right. That is wonderful news. I did want to ask about your exam, but I think you said that you will know for sure tomorrow, and I didn't want to bother you with it. But I hope that you are right, and you got enough right for you to pass. Now let's see, can we do something here? That's a Camarilla case, but we don't have a key for it. That's no good. Let's try to stock up on items and some blood while we're at it. Oh, I like your pinkish hue. I can hear you making a ruckus over here. And I don't like noise. Now, in the previous games I couldn't find people with choleric blood, but here I can show. The first boost is 10%. What? What is that about? You just ran away? Wow. Here I am waiting for a fight and they just run away. Okay, let's... Oh, come on! I saw someone. Oh, yeah, there they are. Another person. So we go to 25%. And I think there was a... Wow. That's a... I'm not sure what that is. It has a crown. Nah, let's see. Here you are. And we go up to 40. So the maximum bonus on melee weapons is 40%. So instead of going from 10, 25 and 50 like with the cooldowns of the abilities and powers, here it goes 10, 25 and then 40. I guess they didn't want to go all the way to 50 because that would be quite a big advantage, since dealing with melee weapons, as I said, is definitely difficult to pull off. Getting close to someone enough that you are in range for such a weapon, but once you manage to learn how to position yourself, it's rather difficult to shoot someone who's right up in your face. And if they can deal 150% of damage that you can, well, you are definitely in trouble. And that is true even if you are using melee weapons as well. So I guess they didn't want to give such a huge advantage to some players. But even like so, I don't know why I couldn't hit them. I really don't know. But you can see, even though I messed it up something fierce and lost half of my health, I was able to scare them away for a moment, and that gives me the time to heal up and put on some armor. And they were holding a marksman rifle, and you are definitely not getting someone who is standing right next to you with a weapon that was made for long range combat. Let's see, can we find someone else? Oh, do I have a key? I do have a key. What do I get? A crossbow. Okay. An epic crossbow, no less. I'm not sure if those are players fighting there or someone ran into the entity. That civilian actually just ran right into the gas. Okay, that's one killed. Now I am hiding, even though I am revealed, but it's more about me trying not to get hit by bullets than actually being unnoticed, since that obviously does not work. And I think there is someone around here. Oh, definitely there is. I think there's more. Yes. Not sure why they are blood hunted, but they are. I don't want to run in because at these entity checkpoints people are crazy. And I ran into a few too many meat grinders even today. Alright. I think we are not completely screwed now. Even though I do hear something. Hello there. Why did you hit that poor civilian? Ow! Son of a... Of course you know where I am. So yes, sometimes you get caught between two players, and to the surprise of absolutely nobody, that's not good for your health. Let's try to heal up a bit, and while they are killing each other at that point, look for someone with potent blood. I'm not sure if there's anyone around at this point, but hey, some armor is useful as well. I almost shot you. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Hello. I don't really care. I get an extra health. I'm fine with a bit of a blood hunt. Oh! This is the same player. And actually another player. I just got out of there in the nick of time. But they are really on to me. This is not good. Let's try to hide. Oh, great. That's what I need. Being revealed. Oh, thank you. An octahedron. Come on. Give me some privacy. But the railway station has this really nice underground area that I will try to use here. Okay. Oh, what's that? I have no clue. I can't read one word of this. Fresh food. Why is it so bright? I can't read it. Okay. Okay, this is good. This is good so far. I don't think anyone would be crazy enough to go through the red gas there, even though, again, it is possible. More than possible. We have 4 players left. One is, I'm pretty sure, that maniac who wanted to kill me, and they probably will. Oh, 50% off. Something. Good question what, but something. Let's see where the gas will go to now. The problem is players can come from all over the place here. And as much as the gas will go there, doesn't mean someone won't come from the right side. Oh, someone picked up the hand. As you can see, the gas actually went back as it changes shape. This is a really bad spot for me. Okay. I don't really have a good vantage point here because I'm underneath the battle. But what I'm trying to do is figure out where they are. And when they get to the fighting part, I can intervene. As much as it will probably not work. Okay, this is good. Now we are actually in a really interesting location because there are 3 floors here. I didn't even hear the fight, so that's lovely. Well, it's 1-on-1. Time to put down the bomb. Okay, that's great. So we have this floor, we have the normal platforms, and then we have the roof. And this is not good. I have no clue where they are or where they could be. They can be on the roof, they can be here somewhere. All I know is I'm in a terrible position. I heard someone run, which probably means that they saw me and they are after me. Oh yes. Yes, they are up there. Now that is interesting, because I'm not sure if I can go up there. I said that most of the time, and I kind of theorized that all of the time you can reach the upper floors at the end of a game. But here, I'm honestly not sure. This is not a good spot for me. I see you, you fucker. Just because I can't kill you doesn't mean I don't see you. Oh, of course. Of course it's the one clan who can do that with me. Once in a lifetime I was actually in a good spot. But no. No. I really did not have the resources to pull this off in a decent manner. But hey, we got to 46 and a quarter. We got plenty of second places. So I feel like that was a good couple of games.
Salutations.
And we got Intel Collector Knock Knock. This is actually a challenge that we completed by picking up the last octahedron of the Knock Knock storyline, which is under the mastery. I do believe it's in the career. Here it is. Collect all collectibles for Knock Knock. 5 out of 5, even though I completely randomly noticed that. I didn't even know that there would be a collectible in the area. I'm not even sure where I was. I just saw it and I ran up to it. But we will look at the mastery challenges and the journal in the future streams. Those are the two things, the two main parts we yet to look at. We already looked at the quests and also explored the armory. Not to talk about that, we had some fun as the Saboteur and got to meet the Nosferatu Primogen Omnis. So, as much as I once again did not win a game, which was to be expected, I think we made quite a lot of progress. We reached level 46, and of course off stream I will try to continue grinding those levels. And next stream we will look at the other archetype in the Nosferatu clan, the Prowler. But that will not be until next week. However, I do have a stream remaining for this week, and that is on Friday, when we will be continuing our first playthrough as James Sunderland in the remake of Silent Hill 2. So, if you are interested in such, please don't forget to join me on Friday at the same time as always. I do know that summertime arrived, and so there's a bit of a confusion around time overall, especially among streamers, but it's 4 p.m. Central Eastern Summertime, I do believe. No, Central European Summertime. Eastern is in America. I'm always confused about time zones, don't worry about it. But with that said, we are done with our stroll in Prague, and it's time to look for someone to raid. Whom shall we raid? Well, I do believe we are going to be raiding Timbetir. Who is once again having her demo day. So thank you again for joining me today for Vampire the Masquerade Bloodhunt. I will be back on Friday with more Silent Hill 2, but until that, thanks to all who joined me today. Schmoozer, Nekio, Zeph with the raid, and also Soda Coda to spread some cheer in the chat. And with that, I don't really know what else to say. Please say hi to Timbetir. Oh, Juggy, yes. Good point to Juggy as well. Thank you all for joining. Why are you ending? I'm always ending with 4 hours. I try to keep it at that. But please say hi to Timbetir. Have a wonderful evening. And as always, good night.